Good morning and welcome, bienvenue. Welcome to the Olympic Oval at the University of Calgary, the fastest ice in the world, for our second day of the Canadian Long Track Championships. Bienvenue à l'anneau olympique à l'Université de Calgary pour les Championnats canadiens Longue Piste.
We would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, District 5 and 6.
This competition is an official true
Racing
sport event
commences in
where
2
the
minutes.
principles of fair play, respect, and inclusion are at the forefront. As we cheer on our incredible athletes from coast to coast to coast, let's keep the spirit of healthy competition alive and celebrate their hard work and dedication. Let's make this an unforgettable competition. Today, our Canadian skaters will aim to come out on top of the following distances: the 1,000 meters, the men's 10,000 meters, and the women's 5,000 meters. Let's get started with today's racing. Good luck, athletes. Bon chance. We will be starting with our men's 1,000 meters. There will be 15 pairings to start. In pair number 1, in the inner lane from Quebec, Antoine Jelena-Beaulieu. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kolbacki.
Go to the start. Ready.
And opening times for Jelena-Beaulieu, 17:07, and for Kolbacki, 17:47. The thousands will be done in pairs, unlike some of the other events at the Oval that are done in quads. And bell lap. Lap times 25:21 for Jelena-Beaulieu and for 25:83 for Kolbacki. And you see the back straightaway. They'll do their final crossover. Entering the final 2 turns. And it's going to be Jelena-Beaulieu that takes this first pairing at a time of 1:08.76. That's a season best. And for Kolbacki, also a season best, 1:09.54.
Pair number 2, in the inner lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Joshua Tellison.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
And that's a clean start for these skaters in this second pairing. Weideman and Telzen with their openers, 16.76 for Telzen, and for Weideman a 17.48.
Yesterday, Jake Weideman picked up the bronze medal in the men's 5,000 meters.
And bell lap for these skaters, 25.4 for Telzen on his last lap, and a 25.31 for Weideman. And final back straightaway, lane change as they enter the final two turns on the exit. It's Weideman with a slight lead over Telzen, and he'll cross the line first with a season best time of 109.20. And for Telzen, he crosses the line with a time of 111.07.
Pair number 3 in the inner lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Halleck.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start by pair 3, Gibson and Halleck. I love Gibson's profile pic with that cowboy hat. He hits his opening time first with an opener of 16.63, and then Halleck crosses the line with a 17.33 opener. And bell lap for Gibson and Halleck, 25.47 for Gibson and a 25.7 for Halleck. As they enter the back straightaway to do their lane changes. Very close pairing as these skaters push one another. And as they exit the final turn to the finish line, it's going to be Gibson crossing the line with a time of 1:10.11, and Halleck right behind him with a 1:10.75.
Pair number 4 in the inner lane from Alberta, Max Poulin. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-André Doyon.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's a clean start by Poulin and Doyon. Opening times by Doyon, 16.83, and by Poulin, 17.68. And Poulin and Doyon, both next-gen team skaters. Lap times 25.96 for Doyon and 25.77 for Poulin as they hit the back straightaway. You can see coaches calling out final instructions to the finish line as they exit the final 2 turns. It's Poulin just ahead of Doyon, and he crosses the line with a season best time of 1:10:02. And Doyon, 1:11:12. That's also a season best.
Pair number 5 in the inner lane from Ontario, Vincent Deatre. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Kieran Hansen.
Go to the start. Ready.
And some nice camera work. Watching the start for Deatre and Hansen. Their openers, 16.99 for Hansen and a 17.23 for Deatre.
Kieran's originally from Fort St. John, home of one of the other indoor ovals in Canada, and represented BC at the 2023 Canada Winter Games.
And a lot of great speed skaters have come out of the Fort St. John program over the years. Lap times 25.77 for Deatre and 25.26 for Hansen. Coaches calling out final instructions as they enter the final 2 turns. And it looks to be Hansen crossing the line first with a personal best, 1:08.86. And a season best for Vincent Deatre, 1:10.89. Kieran Hansen happy about that one.
Pair number 6 in the inner lane from Manitoba, Tyson Langelaar. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening times for Cedric Brunet, 15.99. He's the first skater to go sub 16 seconds, a 17 flat for Langelaar. A great opener for Cedric Brunet.
Cedric Brunet won the gold medal yesterday in the men's 500 meters. Tyson Langelaar, part of Team Canada, he specializes in this 1,000 meter.
This is a great pairing for these 2 skaters. And they sit 1-2 as they hit the final 2 turns to the finish line. Who's it going to be? And at the line, it's Langelaar who pulls that one out with a 1:07.94, a personal best. Brunet also with a PB, 1:08.05. Congratulations to both of these men.
Outer lane, you can come to the blue line.
In pair number 7 in the inner lane from Quebec, Antoine Roger. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Christopher Fiola.
Go to the start. Ready.
There you see Fiola with his trademark start, track start. And it is Fiola, 16:03 opener, and it's Roger with a 16:45. We're getting into some fast times here, folks. Give it up for these skaters. Bell lap. 24:79 for Fiola and a 24:89 for Roger. There they are in the back straightaway, and Fiola slightly ahead of Roger at this point, but the final two turns, it's anybody's race. And to the finish line, it's going to be Fiola just ahead of Roger. He's got a season best time of 1:08.50 and a PB for Antoine Roger, 1:08.62. Congratulations.
Pair number 8 in the inner lane from Alberta, Frank Roth. In the outer lane, also from Alberta, Jalen Doan.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Jalen Doan timed that start perfectly. That gives him a opening time of 16:18, a 16:55 for Roth. Both skaters quick out of the starting blocks. There's bell lap. 25:19 for Doan and a 24:8 for Roth.
Jalen Doan was the Canadian junior champion overall and represented Canada in Italy in February earlier this year.
And at the line, it's going to be, that's a close one. Frank Roth just edging out Doan with a 1:08.75. That's a personal best for Frank Roth. And Jalen Doan crosses the line with a season best time of 1:08.91.
Pair number 9 in the inner lane from Alberta, Connor Howe. In the outer lane from Quebec, David Leroux.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start for these two skaters. Alberta's own Connor Howe, no stranger to World Cup competition. As these national team athletes get ready to make their mark on the national team. Opening time 16:88 for Howe, and for Leroux 16:49. At the bell. Previous lap times 24:93 for Leroux and a 24:08 for Connor Howe. You can hear coaches calling out final instructions. And to the finish line. Another close race. It's going to be Howe just edging out Leroux. Howe with a time of 1:07.44. That's a season best, and a season best for David Leroux, 1:08.24.
Pair number 10 in our men's 1,000 meters. In the inner lane from Alberta, Anders Johnson. In the outer lane from Alberta, Yankun Zhao.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start by Johnson and Zhao. Both wearing national team suits, both having success internationally. Anders Johnson most recently won a bronze medal at the Four Continents Championship in the team sprint. Yankun Zhao on the World Cup podium last year. Opening time 16:13 for Zhao and 16:36 for Johnson. Lap times 24:05 for Zhao and 24:56 for Johnson. This is another close pairing. And they hit the final back straightaway. Coaches calling out instructions as they do their lane change in the final two turns. It's Zhao in the outer lane. And at the finish line, Zhao crosses with a PB, personal best, 107.57. And he takes Johnson to a personal best, 107.81. What a great race for these skaters, sitting 2 and 3 after 10.
Pair number 11 in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Vieman. In the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Desprez.
Move to the start. Ready.
Love the camera work this weekend for this national championship as we focus on Vieman and Desprez. And it's Desprez, 16.86 for his opener, and Vieman, 17.06.
Luca is part of the Next Gen team for Speed Skating Canada. And Zachary Desprez from Lévis, Quebec. He won a bronze at the 500-meter Canada Winter Games in 2023.
So both of these skaters with lots of national and international experience in their young careers. And they hit their final two turns. And they're right across the finish line. It's going to be Luca Vieman just edging out Desprez. Both skaters with personal best times. 109.91 for Vieman and a 110.31 for Zachary Desprez. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Pair number 12 in the inner lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. In the outer lane from Ontario, Alex Wood.
Move to the start. Ready.
Both Champagne and Wood train out of the Olympic Oval program in Calgary, proudly wearing their Olympic Oval team suits. Opening times for Wood, 17:45, and for Champagne, 17:03. Both representing Ontario as their home province. Champagne just ahead of Wood. And last season at the 2024 Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, Alex Wood earned 2 silvers and a gold, earning him a spot on the junior national team last season. So this is his first year as a neo-senior. As both skaters exit the turn to the finish line, and it is Champagne who takes that pairing with a personal best time of 1:10.59. Congratulations to Sebastian, and Alex Wood crosses with a time of 1:12.69.
Pair number 13 in the outer lane from Quebec, Arnaud Perron. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Andre Erasmus.
To the start.
And that's a clean start by pair 13 of Perron and Erasmus. Andre Erasmus skating out of Calgary in the Olympic Oval program. Perron skating out of Quebec. Opening time 16:95 for Andre Erasmus, a 17:53 for Perron.
Erasmus competed in 2023 at the Canada Winter Games. Arnaud Perron competed at the ISU World Junior Speed Skating Championships.
And at the bell lap, previous lap times 25:88 for Erasmus and a 26:85 for Perron. This is another great pairing down the back straightaway. You can see Andre Erasmus. He hits the final 2 turns first. He'll finish in the outer lane. And he'll cross the finish line with a time of 1:12.11. That's a season best time, and a 1:12.92 for
Skaters,
Perron.
there will be a short delay for an ice check.
Pair number 14 in the inner lane from Quebec, Raphael Cote. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell.
And we'll do a quick ice check for these skaters. Our ice technicians keeping this ice safe, fast for all these skaters.
We're here at the fastest ice in the world, and coming up November 21st to 23rd in Calgary, the ISU World Cup of Speed Skating. Tickets are now on sale to see the fastest long track speed skaters from around the world, representing 30 countries, right here in Calgary, November 21st to 23rd. Tickets start at $10, and the link is available online through Speed Skating Canada at speedskating.ca.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it's Cote with his track start. Wonder if he models that off of Viola. Both skating out of Quebec City. Opening times for Cote, 17:34, and Matthew Mitchell, 17:82.
Raphael Cote also competed at the 2023 Canada Winter Games, representing Quebec. Matthew Mitchell skates out of Fort St. John, one of the other of the 3 indoor ovals in Canada and represented Team Canada in Italy at the World Juniors earlier this year.
So lots of national team juniors in their first year as neo seniors. So having great seasons, all of them. Previous lap times 26:68 for Cote, and for Mitchell 26:43. Oh, slight slip by Cote. He keeps it together. And it's Mitchell who will cross the line first with a personal best time of 1:12:20. A 1:13:14 season best time for Rafael Cote.
And our final pairing in this men's 1,000 meters will be in the inner lane from Quebec, Christo Toshkov.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start for Toshkov. And sometimes the pairings work out that way. He's skating this one solo, but he's got the entire oval crowd here to cheer him on. Let's give it up for Christo, 17:27 opener.
Toshkov is also a training partner for Team Canada.
Bell lap for Toshkov. Previous lap time, 26:37. Toshkov back straight away. He'll finish this race in the inner lane. And he'll cross the line with a time of 1:12:92, a personal best for Christo Toshkov. Congratulations.
And that concludes our first session of the day, the men's 1,000 meters here at the Canadian Long Track Championships. Championnat canadien Longue Piste 2025. Presented by Intact Insurance here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Racing will resume for the women's 1,000 meters at 12:54. We'd like to say thank you to our sponsors, Bell Media, Savante, B210, and Sport Canada, along with Intact Insurance, on behalf of Speed Skating Canada. Racing will resume at 12:54. Racing resumes in 10 minutes for the women's 1,000 meters.
Test, test. 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes. Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start for our first pair. Manitoba, Ontario, Solly and Millard. Opening times for Solly, 19:19, and for Millard, 20:16. Both skaters training out of the Olympic Oval program here in Calgary. There you see Coach Phil Riopel on the backstretch, Coach Mike Ireland. And bell lap for these skaters. 30.76 for Solly and a 30.05 for Millard.
Robin also represents Team Manitoba at the 2023 Canada Winter Games. Rachel out of Ottawa, now in Calgary.
As both skaters hit the final two turns to the finish line, it's going to be Rachel Millard crossing first with a time of 1:21.64, and Solly crosses with a time of 1:23.52.
Pair number 2 in the inner lane from Nova Scotia, Julia Snellgrove. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Sandrine Levesque.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Snellgrove in the inner lane, Levesque in the outer lane. Snellgrove, a familiar face on the national team. Julia Snellgrove on Canada's Next Gen team. She's the reigning Canadian Junior Champion. She's from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, so family and friends back in Dartmouth watching her race today, this weekend. Opening times 18:27 for Snellgrove and for Levesque, 19:53. Bell lap. Snellgrove hits the line first, 28:46 for her last lap and a 29.4 for Levesque. And as Snellgrove takes the inner lane, she crosses the line first with a time of 1:17.29, a personal best for Julia Snellgrove. A season best time for Sandrine Levesque, 1:21.12.
Pair number 3, in the inner lane from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. In the outer lane from Quebec, Camille Tremblay.
Go to the start. Ready.
Some great camera work on display this weekend at the Oval. Focused in on that start for the 1,000. Opening times for Champagne and Tremblay, 18:86 for Champagne and a 19:15 for Tremblay.
Tremblay won a medal at the Canadian Juniors in Fort St. John in December. And from that previous race, Julia Snellgrove was just 1 second off of the junior women's record, which is held by B. Lamarche of a 1:16.05. And she set her new personal best in that previous race.
So some great company that Snellgrove now keeps with Lamarche. An excellent time. And to the finish line, these skaters. Back straightaway, sorry. Final 2 turns. As they exit to the finish line, it's Izzy Champagne crossing the line first with a time of 1:18.35. That's a personal best for Isabelle Champagne and a personal best for Camille Tremblay, 1:19.56. Congratulations.
Pairing number 4 in the inner lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. In the outer lane from Alberta, Elise Pripich.
Go to the start. Ready.
Two Alberta skaters in Langstrom and Pripich. Both training out of the Olympic Oval program right here. This is a home ice for them. Opening times 19:08 for Langstrom and 19:48 for Pripich. Coaches Phil Riopel and Mike Ireland in the back straightaway. They transition to the front straightaway and hit their final bell lap. 29.5 for Pripich and a 29.05 for Langstrom. One more time in the back straightaway. As they do their crossover, it'll be Langstrom finishing in the inner lane, Pripich in the outer. And it'll be Langstrom crossing first with a time of 1:18.45. That's a personal best for Emma Langstrom and a season best time for Elise Pripich, 1:20.77.
Pair number 5 in the inner lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jalonek. In the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplin.
Go to the start. Ready.
And right out of the blocks in pair number 5, we've got Jelinek in the inner lane, Goplin in the outer lane. They hit their openers. 19:24 for Jelinek and a 19:33 for Goplin.
Gabrielle is part of Speed Skating Canada's Next Gen team. Her dad, Greg, is a national team coach. He's also a long track Olympian.
Bell lap. Previous lap times for Goplin, a 29:69 and a 28:96 for Jelinek. They round the corner into the back straightaway one final time. And the entry by Jelinek. She'll exit first in the inner lane and cross with a time of 1:19.22. That's a season best. And a 1:21.98 for Victoria Goplin.
Pair number 6 in the inner lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Tatiana Divlek.
Go to the start. Ready.
Two Alberta skaters in pair number 6. At the moment, Defleck in the outer lane, 18:75 for opener, and only 3/100ths of a second behind is Beeson with a time of 18:78.
Darby doesn't have far to travel. She calls Airdrie home. She's part of the Next Gen team. And Darby Beeson was also a top 100 finalist in the prestigious RBC training ground.
This is a close race. Previous lap times 28:71 for Defleck, 28:56 for Beeson. One more time in the back straightaway. Final instructions from their coaches as they enter the final turn. It's Beeson on the inner lane, Defleck on the outer lane. And crossing the line first, it will be Darby Beeson with a time of 1:17.72. That's a personal best. Congratulations, Tatiana Devleg, 1:20.10.
Pair number 7 of 13 in our women's 1,000 meters. In the inner lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start by Manitoba's own Skylar Van Horn. British Columbia's Abigail McCluskey in the outer lane. Great camera shot at ice level. Watching these skaters hit their opening times, 18:66 for Van Horn, a 19:02 for McCluskey. As they do their lane change, Skylar Van Horn now in the outer lane. Bell lap. Previous lap times 28:36 for Van Horn, at 28:63 for McCluskey. The Van Horn name synonymous with speed skating in Manitoba and across the country. Final back straightaway. As they do their entry for the final time to the finish line on the exit. It's McCluskey in the outer lane with a slight edge over Van Horn, a season best time of 1:17.93, and a personal best time for Skylar Van Horn, 1:17.97.
Pair number 8 in the inner lane from Alberta, Madison Pearman. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Carolina Hiller-Donnelly.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Pearman and Hiller-Donnelly, no stranger to national level competitions. Pearman proudly wearing her Team Alberta suit. Opening times, 18:71 for Pearman. Hiller-Donnelly, her opening time, 18:21.
Carolina Hiller-Donnelly won a silver medal yesterday in the women's 500 meters. Madison Pearman at the world single distance won a gold in the 2024 team sprint.
And bell lap for these skaters. 27:63 for Pearman, and 27:91 for Hiller-Donnelly. This is a close one as they do their lane changeovers in the back straightaway. Hiller-Donnelly on the outer, Pearman on the inner. On the exit to the finish line, it's going to be a tight one. Who's got it? 1:16.21, a season best for Pearman, and a 1:16.73 for Hiller-Donnelly. Congratulations.
Pair number 9 in the inner lane from Alberta, Brooklyn McDougall. And in the outer lane from Quebec, B. Lamarche.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a great start by McDougall and Lamarche, wearing their Team Canada skin suits. As we see that ice level shot, we get opening times of 18:04 for McDougall, a 17:82 for Lamarche.
Beatrice captured her first career national title yesterday, gold medal in the women's 500 meters. She also holds the junior women's record in the 1,000 meters, set back in 2017.
And we saw Snellgrove earlier make a vie for that long-standing junior record. Back straightaway shot of these skaters entering their final turns. And on the exit to the finish line in the outer lane, it's going to be Beatrice Lamarche with a time of 1:14.32, a personal best and a season best time for Brooklyn McDougall, 1:16.18. Congratulations.
In pair number 10, in the inner lane from Quebec, Rose Lalabertivois. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Alexa Scott.
Go to the start. Ready.
You're going to see lots of national team skin suits in these final pairings. Scott out of, I believe it's Selkirk, Manitoba. Opening times 1/10 of a second apart, 18:36 for La Liberté Droit, and for Scott, 18:26.
The current women's 1,000-meter record here at Nationals was set 13 years ago in 2012 by Christine Nesbitt. It's a 1:12.68. We're here at the fastest ice in the world in Calgary at the Olympic Oval.
Bell lap times 27.7 for La Liberté Droit, and for Scott, 27.43. Into the back straightaway for the final time. Coaches calling out final instructions as they hit their final entry. Alexa Scott in the outer lane. La Liberté Droit will finish in the inner. To the finish line, it's going to be Alexa Scott taking this pairing with a personal best time of 1:15.25. A season best time for La Liberté Droit, 1:16.65.
Pair number 11 in the inner lane from Quebec City, Chloe Jelena. In the outer lane from Alberta, Maya Luters.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start by this pairing. Maya Luters with her Olympic oval skin suit skating here out of Calgary. Chloe Jelinek out of Quebec City. Their opening times, 18:73 for Jelinek. Luters, 19:22.
And if you're wondering, yes, she is the daughter of Pierre Luters, but Maya qualified for the World Junior Championships in Germany in the 2022-23 season, finishing 9th in the team sprint.
As they cross over in the back straightaway for the final time and hit their entry into the final two turns to the finish. Jelinek on the inner lane, crossing into time of 1:20.42, a personal best. Maya Luters crosses with a time of 1:21.98.
Pair number 12 in the inner lane from Quebec City, Léa Tessier. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's a solid opener by these two. Dallaire with her Olympic oval skin suit. Coach Phil Riopel calling instructions. Opening times 18:54 for Tessier, 19:82 for Dallaire.
Dallaire currently holds several Saskatchewan speed skating records.
There's Bell Lap at ice level. Great camera shot. Tessier, 29.07 on her last lap. Dallaire, 30.17. They'll cross over one final time in the back straightaway. And on their entry, it'll be Tessier in the inner lane, Dallaire in the outer lane. To the finish line. It'll be Tessier crossing first with a time of 1:20.90. That's a personal best. And a personal best for Serena Dallaire, 1:22.55. Congratulations.
And our final pairing in our women's 1,000 meters in the inner lane from New Brunswick, Molly Flynn. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Aoife Marshall.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a little Atlantic flavor to this final pairing. Pair number 13. Flynn out of New Brunswick, Marshall representing Nova Scotia. Opening times 19:22 for Marshall and a 19:81 for Molly Flynn.
Molly is the reigning junior Canadian champion in this distance, earning that medal in Fort St. John in December of last year.
There's Bell Lap. 29.84 for Marshall and a 29.64 for Flynn. Coaches calling out instructions in the back straightaway. As Flynn and Marshall cross one final time as they hit their entry. Marshall in the outer lane, Flynn in the inner lane, to the finish line. It's going to be Molly Flynn with a personal best time of 1:21 flat and a 1:22.61 for Aoife Marshall.
And that concludes our women's 1,000 meters here at the 2025 Canadian Long Track Championships. Championnats canadien Longue Piste 2025. Presented by Intact Insurance. We're here at the fastest ice in the world, the Calgary Olympic Oval. I know, Olympique, part of our True Sport and Sport Pure. On behalf of Speed Skating Canada, thank you for joining us. We're going to take a quick ice resurfacing break, and we will do our medal presentations. Still to come today, we've got lots of great racing. We'll have our men's 10,000 meters still to come, as well as our women's 5,000 meters. It's day 2 of the Canadian Long Track Championships.
Test. Test. Test shot.
Welcome to the medal presentation for the Canadian Long Track Championships, Championnats canadiens Longue, Piste. Nous présentons maintenant les gagnants du 100,000 mètres. The medals will be presented by Joe Morissette of Speed Skating Canada. Our top 3 skaters will also receive a pair of red Olympic oval mittens. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, à la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, skating a time of 1:07.82 from Alberta, Anders Johnson. In second place and winner of the silver medal, à la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent, skating a time of 1:07.57 from Alberta, Yankun Zhao. And in first place and winner of the gold medal, à la première place et vainqueur de médaille d'or, skating a time of 1:07.45 from Alberta, Connor Howe. Congratulations! Félicitations! Connor Howe, Yankun Zhao, and Anders Johnson. Our men's 1,000-meter Canadian long track champions. And now our medal ceremony for our women's 1,000 meters here at our Canadian Long Track Championships, Championnats canadiens Longue, Piste, presented by Intact Insurance. Medals presented by Speed Skating Canada's Joe Morissette. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, à la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze, skating a time of 1:16.19 from Alberta, Brooklyn McDougall. In second place and winner of the silver medal, à la deuxième place et vainqueur de médaille d'argent, skating a time of 1:15:26 from Manitoba, Alexa Scott. And in first place and the winner of the gold medal, à la première place et vainqueur de la médaille d'or, skating a time of 1:14:33 from Quebec, B. Lamarche. Félicitations! Congratulations, athletes! Our women's 1,000-meter long track champions. This is the 2025 Canadian Long Track Championships, Championnats canadien Longue Piste 2025. Here in Calgary at the Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world, presented by Intact Insurance. On behalf of Speed Skating Canada, we would like to thank Bell Media, Savante, B210, and Sport Canada. Still to come this afternoon, our men's 10,000 meters and our women's 5,000 meter races. Thank you for joining us here in Calgary at the Olympic Oval. Olympique. Speed Skating Canada amplifies the true sport principles, sport pure. For more upcoming events across the country, as well as around the world, where our Canadian athletes represent, go online to Speed Skating Canada's official website, speedskating.ca.
Test, test, test pulse.
That was good, thanks.
Racing resumes in 5 minutes. La course commence dans 5 minutes.
Men's racing commences in 2 minutes.
Welcome back. Bienvenue. Championnats canadiens Longue Piste 2025, our 2025 Canadian Long Track Championships, presented by Intact Insurance. We're here at the home of the fastest ice in the world in Calgary at the Olympic Oval, Olympique. On behalf of Speed Skating Canada, we'd also like to thank Bell Media, Savante, B210, and Sport Canada. We'll be getting underway with our men's 10,000 meter races, 5 pairings in this session. In our first pair, one athlete competing in the outer lane representing British Columbia, Eric Orlowski.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Eric Orlowski on the ice. Like he's done many times before, this time solo. Coach, national team coach Julie Wang in the background on the ice, coaching him for this race. Eric's opening time, 37:29. .800 meters in this 25-lap race. So we'll be watching Eric's lap times, 33:21 on that last lap. He'll want to stay in the low 30s. Skaters looking for consistency, lap over lap. Often younger skaters doing these longer distances will see those lap times creeping up, and sometimes drastically. Takes a lot of experience and training to find that rhythm, not going full out too early on and having enough in the tank for those last remaining laps.
Earlier this year in January, William competed at the Canada Cup here in Calgary, and he placed 9th overall in the men's 10,000 meters.
You're noticing some nice pacing by Orlowski, 33:56 on his last lap. So Eric finding his rhythm early on in this first pairing. So there's 9 skaters in the field. 33:44. So Orlowski staying in the low 30s. That's nice to see. Orlowski in the front straightaway doing his entry. Getting some crowd support. There's Coach Julie Wang holding up the lap board. $33.15, so shaving a few tenths off his previous lap time. So looking smooth in the early going is Eric Orlowski out of British Columbia. $33.32 on Eric's last lap. He's 3,200 meters into this point. Looking smooth in the early going. And this time, Orlowski takes a turn in the inner lane. And in the front straightaway, getting some nice cheers from family, teammates. $33.65 on that last lap. Orlowski setting the tone here in the first time of the day. Great ice shot as he hits his split, 33.71. So Orlowski showing consistency in the early going, nearing the halfway point of the race. Looking smooth. And teammates cheering him on in the front straightaway, just by the bleachers. He skates by 33.64. And Eric Orlowski at the halfway point of this race. He'll need a boost from the crowd in the backstretch. Let's let him know that we're cheering him on.
The world record for the men's 10,000 meters is 12:25.69. That also happens to be the track record here in Calgary. It was set January 25th earlier this year by David Giotto, the Italian. That was set at the Canada Cup, at the World Cup here in Calgary.
I was here at that event. That was a spectacular display of athleticism by Giotto. Orlowski still sub 34 seconds at 5,600 meters in, 33.87 his last lap. As he takes the inner entry. Into the front straightaway. Now the crowd gets into it a little bit. 33.75. Eric Orlowski still looking smooth at this point in the race. 6,000 meters in, 4,000 meters to go. $33.86 at 6,400 meters into this race. This is the point where that lactic buildup begins to occur in the athlete's legs. And he starts to dig a little bit deeper. Still looking smooth. Eric Orlowski. $34.1. And now we get into the back third of the race. As coach calls him to dig a little bit deeper. And into the front straightaway. Let's give him a hand. Cheer him on, folks. 34.41. Less than 3,000 meters to go. Orlowski digging a little deeper as he hits his entry and exits out into the front straightaway in front of the crowd. Split time 34.73. Last lap. Eric Orlowski, member of Canada's training partner program, number of talented skaters in the long track program. Eric is one of them. He's a national team training partner. And now, crowd sensing need to give their skater a bit of a boost. 34.73 on that last lap. 8,000 meter mark. And as Eric Orlowski crosses, we have 3 laps to go. Sorry, 4. Now we're at 3 to go, 8,800 meters. And with each remaining lap here, the front crowd cheers him on. 2 to go. 9,200 meters in. 800 meters to the finish. Eric Orlowski still in the low 34s, 34.13 on his last lap. That's the bell. 33.94. He picks it up a notch. He's sub 34 again. Eric Orlowski in the back straightaway getting final instructions from Coach Julie Wang. He does his final lane change. He's in the inner lane. And in the final turn to the finish line, it's Eric Orlowski setting the tone in this first pairing. And he'll cross the finish line in a time of 14:09.25.
Pair number 2 in the inner lane from British Columbia, Jack Hansen. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault.
Go to the start. Ready.
Jack Hansen out of British Columbia. Joseph Perreault out of Quebec. Opening times for Hansen. Lap time 37.88, 38.6 for Perreault.
Speed skating has their own Hansen brothers. Both Jack Hansen and Kieran Hansen representing Prince George. Skating here at the Oval now. Not only has Jack had time here at the Olympic Oval in Calgary, he also has skated in Fort St. John at their indoor oval. Coach Richard, part of that program in Fort St. John at the Pomeroy Sports Center. That's where last year's junior championships were held.
$33.73 for Hansen on that last lap and $33.87 for Perreault. Jack's apparently had a good week of training this past week, looking strong entering today's 10,000. So if you're new to this particular distance, you'll see a bit of a theme. Skaters like to keep those lap times in the low 30s. We got a 33.85 for Hansen and a 34.3 for Perreault.
Joseph Perreault set his personal best earlier this January with a 14:13.59. That was at the Calgary Cup here in Calgary. He placed 7th overall in this 10,000 meters.
33.2 for Hansen and a 34.04 for Perot. Consistency, lap over lap. These skaters looking strong in the early going. As they near the 1/3 mark in the race.
Several of the athletes competing at nationals here who are also university students or in the OVAL program, furthering their post-secondary education. Great program here at the Olympic Oval in Calgary. And new this year in Canada, a new collegiate speed skating program through the Northern Lights College in Fort St. John for Northern BC.
One-third of the way in, it's a lap time for 33.48 for Hansen and a 34.19 for Perot. And teammates, friends, family in the front straightaway, just down from the bleachers in the timing deck. Here at the Olympic Oval, the ice looks good. It's fast. Shout out to our ice technicians on hand today, keeping the ice fast, smooth, and safe for all. At the moment, it's Hansen with a slight lead over Perot. He continues to be sub 34 seconds. He picks it up to a 33.78 on that last lap. 34.49 for Perot. So in the early going, it's Eric Olowski setting the tone. Hansen a couple of seconds off the pace. $33.55, $34.49 for Perot. And at the moment, Hansen closing slightly. He's less than 2 seconds behind the time set by Orlowski. So as we hit the halfway mark of this race, 33.65 last lap for Hansen and a 34.53 for Perot. So almost a straightaway distance separating these two skaters at the moment, each having their own goals. And each skater has to race their own race. .5200 meter mark, 33.93 for Hansen. Just over 2 seconds off the mark. As he gets a bit of encouragement from spectators down in the front crash mats. Great camera shot at ice level. As we look at Perot coming around. As he hits the back straightaway, 34.57 on his last lap. And as you camera pans back, you can see it's a length distance between Hansen at 6,000 meters, Perot at 5,600. Pro hits 35 seconds, 35.04 and a 33.87. So Hansen still able to maintain sub 34. .2 seconds off the time set by Orlowski. And we're into the back half of this race. This is around the time skaters will have to dig a little bit deeper. And Jack Hansen, 34.05 on his last lap pro. He'll cross with his split of 35.52. At the moment, it's Hansen sitting second and Perot sitting third. At this point, lots of distance left in this race. And in the back straightaway, Coach Phil Riopel encouraging Hansen on. Shouting encouragement as he enters the outer lap. And Jack Hansen picking it up a notch, 33.92. He's back to sub 34. 1.15 seconds off the pace. Perot, 35.47. And it's digging deep time. 2,000 meters to go. Hansen, Perot, 34.09 for Hansen. As the cheers continue for Jack Hansen in the front straightaway. Jack Hansen has a 0.5 second lead. (8,400 meters in. Hansen, 33.82. He's in the front. Listen to those spectators in the front. Give it up for Jack Hansen. He's up to 1.81 seconds ahead of the mark. There's Perot. Heading into the back straightaway, looking in the front. These fans sense something for Hansen. 2.49 seconds ahead of the mark set by the first skater, Orlowski. Less than 2 laps to go for Hansen. And he hits his bell lap. Jack Hansen Sub 34, 33.14 his last lap. 3.29 seconds ahead of the pace. Joseph Perreault trying to maintain a great time. And the final 2 turns for Hansen. As Perreault hits his bell lap. But crossing the finish line in this pairing is Jack Hansen out of the province of British Columbia with a personal best time of 14:05:02. Let's give it up for Joseph Perreault as he hits his final turn. And in the front straightaway, just a few meters from the finish line, it's Joseph Perreault. He crosses with a time of 14:37:22.
Pair number 3. In the inner lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald.
Go to the start. Ready.
That was a great last race for both those skaters, but particularly for Hansen with a PB, and a little shout of support from the onlookers in the front gallery, cheering him on. And pair number 3 turns us to Adam Buchwald out of Manitoba, William Boissonneau out of Quebec. So the bar has been set in the early going with Hansen, Orlowski, and Perreault. 14:05:01 is the current time to beat. And Buchwald and Boissonneau happy to take the first couple of laps. And they quickly drop to 34-second, low 34s. Buchwald's from Manitoba, but skating out of the Olympic Oval program here in Calgary, wearing that Olympic Oval red, gold, and black suit. Boissonneau out of Quebec, skating with his Quebec suit.
Earlier this year at the Calgary Canada Cup #1, William Boissonneau placed 9th overall, his best showing at the Canada Cup to date. Adam Buchwald was one of the top 3 junior male athletes at last year's Canadian Juniors in Fort St. John. He represented Canada in Calabo, Italy in February earlier this year. He finished 14th overall in the world amongst 65 male athletes.
Buchwald's last lap, 33.67, a 34.36 by Boissonneau.
Adam Buchwald got his start in speed skating because his older sisters were speed skating, Rachel and Serena. He was coached by his mom, Tracy Lipsick, who is a Speed Skating Canada starter. So many parents are also officials and become alumni parents and stick with the sport. It's been great to meet so many people in the speed skating community across Canada. If you want to find out more about how you can get involved in your local speed skating club, go online to speedskating.ca. That's the official Speed Skating Canada website.
Lap times for Buchwald, 33.83. Boissonneau, 34.39. Buchwald currently just over 3 seconds off the pace. Boissonneau, 7.1 seconds behind the leader. Both skaters looking strong. Every athlete approaches this race just a little bit differently. Boissonneau and Buchwald playing to their individual strengths, making sure they conserve enough for those final few laps. As we hit the just over 1/3 of the way through this race. 34.48 for Boissonneau, 34.16 for Buchwald. And at the moment, a slight lead for Buchwald over Boissonneau. 34.04. And Boissonneau's split, 34.67. Still looking smooth. It's Buchwald, your leader in this pairing. $33.94, sub 34 seconds for Buchwald. And in the front straightaway, teammates, spectators looking on as Buchwald hits the entry into the back straight, as does Boissonneau. 34.16 for Buchwald, 34.71 for Boissonneau. Buchwald 4.78 seconds behind the time set by Hansen in the previous pairing. This is pair 3 of 5. 4 more skaters to come. And we're over the halfway mark. 34.9 for Boissonneau, 34.32 for Buchwald. Very similar lap times. 5 seconds behind. The current leader is Buchwald. Both skaters still looking strong at this point in the race. As the cheers go up a little bit. $34.92 for Boissonneau. As the camera pans to Boissonneau, as he hits the back straight, front straight. And a slight lead now for Buchwald over Boissonneau. Almost a straightaway gap. As Buchwald digs in just a little bit deeper at this point in the race. 34.05, his last lap. As we see Boissonneau come into view and enters into the turn to hit the back straightaway.
Seven laps to go for Adam Buchwald. Most recent lap with a 35.03. William Boissonneau with a 35.1 on that last lap. Buchwald about 7 seconds off the pace of the current overall leader here, which is Jack Hansen in our men's 10,000 meters, followed by Orlowski and Perot. They're sitting 1, 2, and 3 in the current standings. These national championships are a great preview of what we're going to see at World Cup and the Olympic competitions. Speed Skating Canada has winners of 42 Olympic and over 150 World Championship medals. Three laps to go for Adam Buchwald. 34.93 on that last lap. About a half a lap ahead of William Boissonneau. You can only imagine these 10,000 meters. A grueling race of endurance, managing your energy. The enthusiasm picks up from the coach's box. We have a total of 9 athletes competing for this National Long Track Championship today in the men's division. We're currently in the middle of pair 3 of 5. Adam Buchwald leading William Boissonneau. Into the bell lap now. Here goes Adam Buchwald of Manitoba. A 35.01 on that last lap. And bell lap now for William Boissonneau, a 37.64 on his most recent lap. Pushing through every ounce of energy they can find to get them through the final 400 meters here at the Olympic Oval in Calgary. And across the line with a new season best for Adam Buchwald, a 14:20.67. That will put him in 3rd position overall in our standings behind Jack Hansen and behind Eric Orlowski. William Boissonneau on the track into his final straightaway. And across the finish line with a 14:44.93 for William Boissonneau. Pair number 4 in our men's 10,000 meters. In the inner lane from Alberta, Joshua Hathaway. And in the outer lane from Quebec, M.A. Perreault.
Go to the start. Ready.
$38.22, an opener for M.A. Perreault, and a 38.15 for Joshua Hathaway. 25 laps around this 400-meter oval here in Calgary. And inside that oval, we also have the short track, a number of young athletes with future Olympian potential training right here in Calgary. If you want to find out more about the Olympic Oval program, follow the Calgary Olympic Oval on social media and online. And for the upcoming national events at all age divisions, Speed Skating Canada, their official website, speedskating.ca. It's also where you can find the results of this weekend's national championships. We also have them loaded to the Sportity app and all the official photos and videos. Be sure to follow Speed Skating Canada on Facebook and Instagram. There's lots of great photos and videos that have been shared. M.A. Perreault with a 32.16 on that most recent lap. Joshua Hathaway with a 33.48. Finding that rhythm now. They're 25% of the way done. 20 laps to go. Joshua Hathaway, top 10 ranking, previously a Team Canada training partner. Not only is he training himself, but he's also an assistant coach for the future generation of speed skaters, assistant coaching with the legendary Winter Sports Club. M.A. Perreault set a season best earlier this year at the Canada Cup, January 3rd, right here in Calgary. He placed 4th overall in that Canada Cup for the men's 10,000 meters. Also ranked 25 in the 5,000 meter in the men's Division B at the ISU for 2025 for M.A. Perreault.
Lap times for Hathaway, 33.77 and a 32.49 for Perreault. At the moment, he's 7.19 seconds off the time set by Jack Hansen, which was a 9-second PB for Hansen. MA trying to build on his lead. 32.3, so he's our first skater today that's consistently demonstrating sub 33 second lap times. Hathaway from Alberta. Perreault out of Quebec. Hathaway maintaining pace with his teammate Jack Hansen. Skating here out of the oval. But it's your current leader, M.A. Perreault. Now 10 seconds into the top spot as Hathaway gets encouragement by Coach Kevin Crockett. M.A. Perreault, 32.52. 33.73 for Hathaway. Now Perreault 11 seconds into the lead. Trying to set the new time standard for this field. Pair 4 of 5 on the day. There's a good view of Joshua Hathaway. And in the back straight, shouting out instructions to Hathaway. $32.85 for Perreault off that last lap. So about a 200-meter difference in positioning on the ice for these two skaters, Hathaway and Perreault. And they're over the halfway mark in this race, 5,200 meters in. Perreault, slight drop to 33.17 on his last lap. Still over 13 seconds, your leader. And skaters at this point digging just a little bit deeper In the back straight is Hathaway. In the front straight, it's Parot. Parot, 33.33, now 14 seconds ahead of the time set by Jack Hansen.
Not only do we have fast athletes on the ice, we have alumni athletes who step into the coaching role. We'd like to recognize Coach Mike Ireland. He was the gold medalist at the 2001 World Sprint Championships and is coaching along the sidelines for many of our national athletes this weekend.
$33.78 for Parot. $34.62 for Hathaway. Parot now at about 7,000 meters into this race. And the signs of a little bit of fatigue showing on these athletes as that lactic kicks into those legs. That's what all the off-season cycling is for. Lots of zone 2 for these skaters. Parot over 14 seconds ahead of the time set by Jack Hansen earlier. Parot trains out of Quebec City. Beautiful ice facility there, covered oval facility at sea level. Hathaway trains right out of this Olympic oval, wearing the oval skin suit, being coached in the back straight. He's currently sitting in 4th.
There's 3 long track ovals in all of Canada, and in Quebec, it's the Centre de Glace Intact Insurance in Quebec City. It's the most eastern indoor oval in all of Canada. It was built back in 2001, and many of our eastern athletes will train in that state-of-the-art facility in Quebec City.
Emi Parot, 8,000 meters in, 33.32 seconds on his last lap. 16 seconds ahead of the pace set by Hansen. As skaters dig deep, there's a look at Hathaway in the back straight. As he takes a turn in the outer lane. And it's Parot coming up on Hathaway, closing that gap. Trying to catch him for a lap. It's 33.43 for Parot, 35.03 for Hathaway. Over 300 meters behind the pace set by Parot. And this is where the crowd will give the skaters a little bit of encouragement. Cheer them on. Final few laps. Two laps to go for Emi Parot. Still maintaining 33.3. 35.47 for Hathaway. At the moment, Parot, your leader. And he's coming up onto bell lap. Emmy Parot, 1 lap to go. Cheer him on, folks. 33.64, his last lap time. Final instructions for Emmy Parot as he hits his final 2 turns. To the finish line. Bell lap for Hathaway. Finish line for Emmy Parot. Your new leader and a season best time, Emmy Parot, 13:49.52. Less than a lap for Joshua Hathaway. He's in the back straight, entering his final 2 turns. Less than 100 meters to the finish line. It's Joshua Hathaway crossing the finish line with a time of 14:19.36, a season best.
And our final pair in our men's 10,000 meters here at our Canadian Long Track Championships, presented by Intact Insurance. In the inner lane from Alberta, Ted-Jan Blumen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start in this final and 5th pairing of Ted-Jan Blumen and Daniel Hall.
Ted-Jan Blumen, an Olympic medalist, 6-time World Championship medalist, and 26 World Cup medals in his career so far. He also won a prestigious Jeremy Witherspoon Award, not once, but twice. He also has 2 young children. You might have seen him on the video, this updated photo. Fun fact, Ted-Jan's dad, Gerhard, was born in New Brunswick. Daniel Hall is part of the Next Gen team for Speed Skating Canada, the up-and-coming future potential on the podium. Opportunity to skate at the World Cups, the World Championships, and the Olympics. This is quite the race here in Calgary. This is the fastest ice in the world. What kind of times are we going to see this afternoon here at the Canadian Long Track Championships?
So this is likely to be our premier pairing of the day in Blumen and Hall. Blumen at one point in time, a multi-world record holder in the 5 and the 10,000. Both skaters calling Calgary home these days, representing Alberta. In the early going, lap times for Blumen, 30.65, 31.93 for Hall. And already, Blumen 6.39 seconds ahead of the great race set by Parot just before him. Daniel Hall also currently ahead of the pace, so this looks to be the race of the day in the early going.
chasing that world record. Ted Yan set the world record in 2018, broke his own record in 2019, broke it again in 2021, set it again in 2022, now chasing that world record and that track record that David Giotto has of 12:25:69 right here in Calgary. The overall standings for this men's 10,000 meters is currently Perot, followed by Hansen and Orlowski.
(38:1) and (31:6). Lap times for Blumen and Hall. Blumen, 11 seconds into the lead. Hall in second, 4 seconds ahead of the previous time set by Perot in the previous pairing. This is the last pairing of the day in this men's 10,000 meter. (38:8). Lap time for Blumen, 31:78 for Hall, 3,600 meters in for both these skaters. Bit of a gap's opened up between Blumen and Hall in the early going. As we watch Daniel Hall enter the back straightaway. Jan Blumen, now a 17-second lead. (31:22) for Blumen, 31:69 for Hall. As you look at Blumen, finish the straightaway in front of the timing deck, entering the turn into the back straight. As Daniel Hall follows suit. And almost a 200-meter gap between these two. But both skaters sitting at 1-2 respectively, Blumen and Hall.
It was Blumen and Hall yesterday in the men's 5,000 meters. Daniel Hall picking up the silver medal in yesterday's 5,000 meter race. Ted-Jan Blumen with the gold medal. And it was Jake Weideman who picked up the bronze in yesterday's 5,000 meters.
(36:5) for Ted-Jan Blumen, his last lap. 31:39 for Daniel Hall. They sit 1-2 on the leaderboard at the moment. 23-second lead is Blumen's time over the time set by Perot earlier in the day. It's Daniel Hall, 10 seconds ahead of the previous top time. These two skaters, this is your premier pairing of the day. 6,000 meters in, 30.47 by Blumen, 31.5 for Hall. Both skaters still looking strong at this point in the race. We're past the halfway point. Can they maintain this pace? Digging just a little bit deeper at this point. Ted-Jan Blumen pulling coach Bart Schouten out of retirement as he has a group of athletes that he coaches here at the Oval. So you'll see Coach Bart in the back straight along with there's Julie Wang as she calls instructions to Daniel Hall. Schouten in the white baseball hat. And we're into the back third of this race for these two skaters, Blumen and Hall. As mentioned, both completed the 5,000 meter just a day ago. Back-to-back races, 5K, 10K. A 37-second lead now for Ted-Jan Blumen. Daniel Hall also 19 seconds ahead. So 1-2, these skaters putting on quite a performance here at these long track championships. Giving those in attendance quite a show. Here they go. 2,000 meters to go for Blumen, 31.19. Blumen into the outer lap. $32.98 for Daniel Hall. There's Bart Schouten calling instructions out to Blumen. He enters the final straight. And there's about a 150-meter gap between Blumen and Hall at this point, but both skaters still putting on quite a performance. Daniel Hall on Canada's Next Gen team. Ted-Jan Blumen, national team athlete. Both skaters giving us quite a show here. Ted-Jan Blumen, less than 2 laps to go. 31-second lap times. Daniel Hall, 33.42. That's the bell lap for Ted-Jan Blumen. He hits the line sub 31, 30.96 with less than a lap to go. Let's cheer these skaters on. Daniel Hall, Ted-Jan Blumen. Bell lap for Daniel Hall. He hits the line, 33.76. But it's a season best time for Ted-Jan Blumen in the 10,000 meter He's your new leader. 12:57.70, a season best for Ted Jan Blumen. Let's give it up for Daniel Hall. To the finish line. Last few meters, and Daniel Hall crosses with a time of 13:30.67, a season best. Those are your leaders, Blumen and Hall, 1, 2.
That concludes our men's 10,000 meters here at our Canadian Long Track Championships. Championnats canadiens Longue Piste 2025. We will restart at 3:34. Local time is 3:03. After our ice resurfacing, we will present our medals in our men's 10,000 meters. Our women will be racing this afternoon. Our 5,000 meters racing will resume at 3:34. Thank you for joining us here at this most recent session of the Canadian Long Track Championships at the Calgary Olympic Oval. The Championnats canadiens Longue Piste 2025, presented by Intact Insurance. Special thank you from Speed Skating Canada to supporters including Sport Canada, B210, Savante, and Bell Media. Good afternoon and welcome to the medal presentation, the victory ceremony for the winners of the men's 10,000 meter 2100 les hommes. For the Canadian Long Track Championships, Championnats canadiens Longue Piste 2025, presented by Intact Insurance. Our top 3 skaters will also receive a pair of red Olympic oval mittens, presented by Joe Morissette of Speed Skating Canada. In 3rd place and winner of the bronze medal, à la 3e place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
From Quebec, Ami Parot.
In 2nd place and winner of the silver medal, à la 2e place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
From Alberta, and a time of 13:30.66. Give it up for Daniel Hall.
And in 1st place and winner of the gold medal, à la première place et vainqueur de la médaille d'or.
And a time of 12:57.69. Give it up for Ted Jan Blumen.
Congratulations, félicitations, our men's 10,000 meter Canadian long track champions, Ted Jan Blumen, Daniel Hall, and Ami Parot. That concludes our medal ceremony for our men's 10,000 meters here at our Canadian Long Track Championships. Championnats canadiens Longue Piste, presented by Intact Insurance. Also supported by Bell Media, Savante, BT10, and Sport Canada. On behalf of Speed Skating Canada, thank you for joining us here in Calgary at the Olympic Oval. Our next athletes to the ice will be our women's 5,000 meters. Racing resumes in less than 10 minutes. bienvenue, and welcome to our 2025 Canadian Long Track Championships, Championnats canadiens Longue Piste 2025, presented by Intact Insurance. This is our women's 5,000 meters. 5,000 mètres. Les femmes. Four pairings in this session, starting with our first pair in the inner lane. From Quebec, Frédéric Bellin. In the outer lane, from Alberta, Sophia Major.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start by our first of four pairs. In this women's 5,000 meter, it's Frédéric Bellon from Quebec with an opener of 23:86. And Sophia Major out of Alberta, her opening time is 23:16. So 5,000 meter, 12 and a half laps for these ladies. Lap time for Major, 37:16, 37:95 for Belland.
At the Junior Long Track Championships in 2024, Sophia Major placed 10th in the 3,000 meter women's division.
$37.09 for Major, $37.55 for Belland. Belland competed at the Canadian Junior Championships last year. And both skaters, the straightaway down below the timing deck here at the Olympic Oval. It's Major with a lap time of 36:26. Belland, 37:46. They're in the back straight. Coach Sabrina with her skater Belland, calling out instructions. And both skaters into view. Major out in front, hitting the line with a time of 36:61 with her split time, 37:29 for Belland. And it's Coach Sabrina, and it looks like Coach Kevin Crockett in the back straight for Sophia Major. Nice pacing early on by these two, 37:26 for Belland and 36:59 for Major. 1-2 as they approach the halfway mark of the race. I get the guy's Coach Reese in the back straight, coaching on Sophia Major. These Canadian Championships brought to you by Intact, the event sponsor. The ice has been great so far in first 2 days of competition. A number of personal bests falling for a vast majority of these skaters at this point in their training season. This is their first big test of the year. Sophia Major's last lap, 36.75. 2,000 laps to go. 37.65 for Belland. Both skaters hovering around that 37-second mark, 37.03 for Major. He's got a slight lead over Belland, 37.84 for Frederic. Both skaters would like nothing more than to get a personal best on this Calgary ice. The fastest ice in the world. And Major currently with a 7.29 second lead over Belland. And Belland now at 38.36 for her last lap. And it's 2 laps to go for Sophia Major. Give it up for Sophia. Give it up for Frederic. Both skaters looking strong. Bell lap for Sophia Major. She's your leader. Less than a lap to go. Sophia Major out of Alberta. Last lap to go for Frederic Belland out of Quebec. 38.5 on her last lap. Final instructions now for Sophia Major as she hits her last 2 turns to the finish line. Sophia Major finishing strong. Closing in on that finish line, the final few meters. And she'll cross and set a time, a personal best time of 7:44.95. Sophia Major. And a personal best time for Frederic Belland out of Quebec. A personal best time of 7:57 even.
Pair number 2 in our women's 5,000 meters. In the inner lane from Ontario, Ivani Blondin. In the outer lane from Quebec, Lori Caillé.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start for pair 2. Canadian veteran Ivani Blondin. Having a great start to her season. Her opener, 20.55. Caillé right behind, 21.18.
Yvonne Blondin, winner of 60 World Cup medals, including gold in 5 different disciplines.
And very even split times for Blondin and Caillé, 32.92, 32.78 for Caillé. And they're skating in sync. Look at them from this aerial view as they hit the entry into the back straight. Coach Ramon. Blondin, mass start specialist. Looking to make her mark. To book a date in Italy next February. 33.7 for Caillé, 33.81 for Blondin.
Blondin has received the Katrina LeMay-Doan Award for Female Long Track Athlete of the Year, not once, not twice, 6 years between 2015 and 2018, and again in 2020 and 2021.
$33.82 split time for Caillé, 33.46 for Blondin. In the back straight. Both skaters looking smooth at this point as they near the halfway mark of this 5,000 meter.
The world record for the women's 5,000 meters was set in Salt Lake City by Natalia Veronia of a 6:39.02. The track record here in Calgary is a 6:42.01 set by Sablikova.
And we've hit the halfway mark in this race. Blondin, Caillé, both looking strong. Split times, 33.74 for Caillé, 33.72 for Blondin. Blondin takes the outer lane. Caillé on the inner. They're into the front straightaway below the timing deck here at the Oval. And a 33.42 for Blondin. A 34.2 for Caillé. Both skaters putting on quite a display in this second pairing of 4. And our ice view camera shot as they hit their splits, a 34.52 for Caillé and a 33.76 for Blondin. They're into the back straight. 4 laps to go. And it's Blondin. Looks to be turning it on just a little bit.
Lori Caillé is part of Speed Skating Canada's Next Gen team.
So these skaters currently sitting 1-2. Blondin with a 4-second lead over Caillé. $33.77, her split time, 35.7 for Caillé. 2 laps to go. And a nice smooth entry by Blondin. And she hits her bell lap. Give it up for Yvonne Blondin and Laurie Caillé. Less than a lap to go for Yvonne Blondin. She's in the back straight. It's a full-out sprint to the finish as she hits her entry for the final 2 turns. And she'll finish into the inner lane. Less than a few meters to the finish line. And Yvonne Blondin crosses the line with a personal or season's best time of 7:03.53. And heading to the finish is Laurie Caillé. And she will cross the line with a season best time of 7:16 even.
In pairing number 3, in the inner lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. In the outer lane from Ontario, Isabel Weideman.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start by this third pair. Laura Hall from Alberta. Isabel Weideman from Ontario. Both skaters have brothers in the sport. Jake Weideman, Daniel Hall. Lots of family support, deep roots in speed skating by both the Hall and Weideman families. Opening times by Hall, 21:14, a 21:06 for Weideman. Their lap times 32:94 for Weideman and a 33:02 for Hall.
In the women's 5,000 meters, Isabel Weideman is a Canadian record holder, and she's done that at both the junior and the senior levels. Laura Hall is part of Speed Skating Canada's Next Gen team.
And both skaters nearly in sync to this point in the race. Less than 15 tenths of a second separating the two. And Speed Skating Alberta awarded Laura Hall this past season for their Open Long Track Female Skater of the Year. Speed Skating Alberta proud to honor her with that, and deservedly so. Split times for Hall, 33:32, and Weideman, 33:21.
Fun fact, Isabelle Weideman is the third Canadian ever to have won more than 2 medals at a single Winter Olympic Games, following Cindy Clausen and Gaëtan Boucher.
And as you watch these skaters into the back straightaway, look at that beautiful display of technical excellence on these longer distances. Both skaters, nice clean lines, executing their straights perfectly. 33.1 for Hall, 33.01 for Weideman.
Weideman is also a previous recipient award winner of the Katrina LeMay Doan Award for Female Long Track Athlete of the Year. That was in 2019.
And we're more than halfway through this 5,000 meter race. This is where skaters will be digging a little deeper as that lactic kicks in. Final 2,000 meters, 33.03 on the last lap for Weideman, a 33.62 for Hall. They sit 1-2. After 2 pairs, Weideman currently with a 2.76 second lead over the previous best time laid down by Blondin. But these two very close to one another, pushing each other. It's a nice pairing when you can see skaters able to draft off one another and pushing each other to faster times. And in the front straight, you have a good look at Weideman and Hall. $33.16 for Weideman, $33.56 for Hall. And in the front straight, as spectators shout words of encouragement to these two skaters, they've got a couple of laps to go. Last 2 laps, this is the tough part of the race. As they enter the final turn before bell lap. There's a look at Weideman in the front straight. She hits the line with a lap time, 33.24. Laura Hall, 34.62. Less than a lap to go. It'll be Weideman finishing in the outer lane. She hits her final 2 turns and she'll exit into the home straight. Everyone give her a hand. Isabelle Weideman, final few meters. She's your new leader, hitting the line with a time of 6:58.69, a season best. Laura Hall crosses the line with a season best as well, 7:04.37.
And in our final pairing of our women's 5,000 meters, in the inner lane from Quebec, Rosanne Grenier. In the outer lane from Quebec, Valerie Malte.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a clean start In this fourth and final pairing of the women's 5,000 meters, here in Calgary at the 2025 Long Track Championships. Both skaters out of Quebec. Malte, a regular fixture on Team Canada, skating in the ISU World Cups, many of those, many involving success in the mass starts. 41 World Cup medals for Valerie Malte. Rosanne Grenier, she's a bright rising star in Canada's next gen team. Lap times for Malte, 32.67, for Grenier's 32.94.
Valerie Malte is also a 3-time Olympian and a silver medalist with Canada's short track national team.
And we're 1,400 meters into this 5,000 meter race. 33.52 lap time for Malte, 33.92 for Grenier.
Following Pyeongchang in 2018, Malte made the switch to long track, focusing on these middle and long distances, an integral part of the women's team pursuit squad, along with Ivani Blondin and Isabelle Weideman. That group together has won 5 World Cup medals and reached the World Championship podium twice, bringing home bronze in 2020 and silver in 2021. Looking ahead to what this season will hold, you are seeing Canada's best on the track right now, here in Calgary, at the fastest ice in the world.
And Malte's success on the short track has translated well into being a mass start specialist in long track at the international level, along with Ivani Blondin. The two of them make quite a duo. Lap times for Malte, 33.69. Grenier, 34.01. Both skaters looking really smooth at this point. Currently sitting in 3rd and 6th. Malte 3rd. Grenier in 6th at the moment. That can change at any point. It's been an amazing first 2 days of this 4-day National Long Track Championship. Many personal bests falling.
Yesterday, Valerie Malte won gold in the women's 3,000 meters. Ivani Blondin won the silver, and Isabelle Weideman won the bronze.
.3,000 meters in, 33.09 for Malte, 34.65 for Grenier. Malte opening a little bit of a lead over Grenier at the moment. And Malte taking a turn on the inner lane as she heads into the front straight. As we get a look at Grenier. So about a 200-meter gap now between Malte and Grenier. As we head into the final few laps. Malte at the moment 1.71 seconds behind the leaderboard. The time set by Weideman still within reach. Grenier now with 2 laps to go for her. And as Malte comes into view into the front straightaway below the timing deck, everyone cheers her on as she heads into bell lap. Let's hear it for Valerie Malte. And it's Rosanne Grenier hitting her lap bell, 37:02. And as she exits the final turn to the home stretch and the finish line, Valerie Malte crosses with a season best time of 7:04:28. That puts her in 3rd overall as Grenier strides the final few meters to the finish line and crosses in a time of 7:22:17. That's a season best time. So it's Weideman, Blondin, and Malte. 1, 2, 3.
We'll get set to present our medals for the women's 5,000 meters here at the 2025 Canadian Long Track Championships, presented by Intact Insurance. Championnats canadiens Longue Piste 2025 here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. L'Anneau Olympique, the fastest ice in the world. Speed Skating Canada would also like to thank Bell Media, Savante, B210, and Sport Canada. Be sure to follow Speed Skating Canada on Facebook and Instagram for highlights of today and yesterday, as well as throughout the weekend for the Long Track Championships. Tomorrow, racing will resume at noon Mountain Time for the 500 meters for women's and men's speed skating on the long track here at the Calgary Olympic Oval, followed by the 1,500 meters. That's happening tomorrow in day 3 of the Canadian Long Track Championships. We'll take a brief pause as we get set for the medal presentation. Tickets are now on sale for the ISU World Cup of Speed Skating, hosted here in Calgary, November 21st to 23rd. The fastest long track speed skaters from over 30 countries will return to Calgary's Olympic Oval for the second event of the season. We invite you to cheer on Canada's best as they compete for medals and to secure their spot for the 2026 Olympic Winter Games in Milano Cortina. Tickets start at $10. The link is now available through Speed Skating Canada online, speedskating.ca. Welcome to the medal presentation for the Canadian Long Track Championships, presented by Intact Insurance. Championnat canadien Longue Piste 2025.
For those of you that want to know what we're all about, it's like this, yo. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15%
As for the women's 5,000 meters, 5,000 mètres, nous présentons maintenant le gagnant du 5,000 mètres. The medals will be presented by Speed Skating Canada. Our top 3 skaters will also receive a pair of red Olympic oval mittens. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, à la 3e place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze.
And skating in a time of 7:04:28 from Quebec, give it up for Valérie Marté.
In second place and winner of the silver medal, à la 2e place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent.
From Ontario, it's Ivani Blondin with a time of 7:03:51.
And in first place and winner of the gold medal, à la première place et vainqueur de la médaille d'or.
And skating in a time of 6:58:67 from Ontario, let's hear it for Isabelle Weideman.
Congratulations! Félicitations! Our women's 5,000 meters. Isabelle Weideman, Ivani Blondin, and Valerie Malte. Here at the 2025 Canadian Long Track Championships, presented by Intact Insurance. Championnats canadiens Longue Piste 2025. That concludes today's races. We will return at noon Mountain Time here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Merci d'être là. À demain. Thank you for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. Adieu et bonne nuit. Farewell and good night from the Calgary Olympic Oval.